Easter weekend at the darts. Welcome to Bristol and Hangar 61, the sublime venue and the sublime talent that is on display on the Advanced Tour. An epic Friday night of Junior Power League action. And now we roll into the weekend, which is 4 events, of course. And the conclusion of today, we'll be halfway through the tour. Can you believe it, everybody? 10 events already gone so far on the conclusion of today. There's going to be movers and shakers in the league table. And 2 players on display here that certainly have the capabilities of going deep in every tournament. The Blythe Spartan, Oliver Huffen. Against Scotland's Kyle Davidson. And for Kyle, a progression from last year, was very steady, won through a lot of first round matches, starting to find his feet towards the back end of the tour. And he just needs a little bit of a run, I think, just to get his confidence going, because he's fine margins away from playing well in defeat and having a run to a quarter final, perhaps. And for Oliver, the talent's always been there. The talent still is there. He just needs a bit of a run himself. No time like the present, folks. The opening match, event 9 of the Advanced Tour. It's a best of 7 all the way through to the semi-final, where we'll have a best of 9. And then the finale, 4 different winners, everybody, on the second weekend of action here in Bristol. Shows the competitive nature of the Advanced Tour, the strength and depth. Will we have 4 different winners? Mitchell Lorry will be the favourite, but nothing's ever won on paper, is it? Record-breaking Mitchell Lorry, of course. When his 4th event on the spin at event number 5. A record that the likes of Luke Little couldn't achieve. Chris Mason referred him to out Bristol last night. There's not a finer compliment around, is there? The formalities are done, the bullseye up. A very calm and relaxed Kyle Davidson will get us underway here in Bristol. As we see on paper, this has the makings of going 6-7 legs. Around a 64 action. Of course, 32 players have become 64 this year on the tour. And as we say, the league table is starting to take shape. Oliver Huffen straight in with a second visit and a maximum to get our Advanced Tour away and racing, as they say. Didn't take long, did it, folks? Again, both players played on the Advanced Tour last year. It's a new venue here, but everyone seems to be relishing that opportunity on the stage, don't they? The live audience, of course. The Junior Power League, a major success last night. Phil Seymour calling out the players, interviews, fantastic production. With Darren Barson, John Molyneux. And Phil was a very welcome addition up the York Minster. So 15 darts gone. was very unlucky with the first start, wasn't he? So for the 6th visit of his own, oh, how unlucky is that? He's got to go the 14s route, surely. And he's dragged it. Two twos for the opening leg. We're in the madhouse already. We've had a 180 and we've had a double one. And that's been the difference, I think, from Kyle. His clinicalness on finishing and being punished by his opponent, and Oliver Huffen steps in and takes the opening leg. It's an early break for Huffen. A long journey down for both players. Up in Northumberland for Oliver. And Kyle from Ayrshire. Yeah, brutal journey that, isn't it? When you think about Lex Passauer mentioned last night, 8 hours journey to get here. The dedication and commitment from parents and supporters and sponsors. To give our youngsters every opportunity to express themselves in a manner and the talent clearly on display. Again, a very tight visit there from Kyle. Unfortunately, only to come away with 66 there. With Huffen, who remains in control of the leg with the advantage of throw in leg 2. Yeah, tidy 2 treble cover shooting that was. Both players looking very relaxed, aren't they? Going about at their own pace. Scottish international, of course, Kyle Davidson, plenty of experience. And great backing and support from his family coming down from Scotland. So for an instant break back, it's Davidson this time who won 64. Oliver Huffen got the bounce out on treble 16 and then dragged the single 14 into the 11, but managed to tidy up when it mattered. And this time Davidson's got 1 dart at tops. Resets himself. Big dart coming in for 1s apiece. Never really looked comfortable or set on it, did he? So to punish Oliver Huffen, well, I was about to say, made sure he kept that straight. But the second dart went away. Double 10 for 1s apiece. Gets it. No mark of it all required. That's usually the case, isn't it? And Davidson does get back level. We're back on throw. And I think on reflection of the opening 2 legs, I think that's about a fair scoreline. He'd be posted on early first round action around the boards. Like a Gillette soccer special. Goals as they go in around the grounds. Scores as they go in around the boards. Hanger 61 in Bristol. An Easter weekend bonanza. As we say, 4 different winners there was on the tour. Mitchell Lorry secured his 4th consecutive win to win event 5. Alfie Cook was victorious. And boy, did he play well in them semi-finals and finals, didn't he? Jaden Walker was successful. As we say, a winner waiting to happen on the tour. Massive congratulations to him. That could open the floodgates to many more. But knowing Jaden the way I do, I think that he'll all be taken in his stride, and I think he'll just be not getting ahead of himself as we know he won't. Then, of course, Archie Self cleaned up to win event number 8 to send us on our way. And again, a thoroughly deserved win from the former tour champion. Hasn't had to be spectacular, has it, for Kyle Davidson, but 88 after 6 visits to the board. And again, just good board management there. Huffen's relying on a biggie to retake the lead, which he doesn't do. So Kyle Davison this time has a look at double 16. Change the scenery on the double department. Takes out double 8. 2-1 and takes the lead for the first time. We're still on throw, but he's halfway to victory and a place in the round of 32 awaits. He's had a few bounce outs, hasn't he, Oliver Huffen? So unlucky. So with the 6 darts that's thrown from Oliver Huffen, this is for Kyle Davison to really step on the gas and get a bit of breathing space in terms of leg advantage in the match. If he breaks, he'll have 2 attempts to see off the match with his own throw. And if you're Huffen, it's just about winning ugly, I think, from here. Kyle's been very unlucky with his scoring either side of the wires. And you just feel it's going to be the difference in this match of a big check out or a timely 2 treble visit to leave himself an opportunity to a double. Brilliant there, first dart there from Oliver. That invites a 180, doesn't it? Of course, the commentator curse comes out rather quick. Only a 140, Oliver. Very well done, though. And as we say, that 2 treble visit has given him breathing space in this leg. And only 28. Again, that could have been a 125 from where I was watching. It's fine margins, and if you feel like you're not throwing bad darts, you've just got to keep going, haven't you, and play through it. They're certainly not dotted around the board, are they? The groupings are very good. So tops for a level game. We said this one would be tight. Double top. Brilliant adjustment. Came down nicely. Weighted perfectly. And a breathe out from Oliver Huffen. It's a level game. Both halfway to victory. Comfortable holder throw in the end, and it's Kyle's got to be looking to do the same, but scoring has dried up momentarily for Kyle. Oliver punched that last start in, didn't he? It was looking a bit wobbly that first start, but he's having more issues with his bounce outs rather than his darts that are hanging on the board. A good visit all the same on 99. And he's wrestled the advantage of throw away, and that's emphasised more with that 100 score there. And again, Kyle Davidson, fine margins, isn't it? Brilliant last start. He's battling hard, isn't he? Easy to drop his head after that first start and thinking it's just not my morning, is it? But really dug in with that last start. What a contest we have here in Bristol. It's a best of 3 from here, and there's very little to separate the two. Opening day, darting drama on the Advanced Tour. Brings the score down nicely. So 61 first pop at it. And of course he hits the ball. 2 fours. To re-establish the lead and go one away. He'll throw for the match if he hits this double 4. And he's busted. So 71. The momentum has shifted to and fro, hasn't it, between the two of them? Anyone's guess who's going to not just win this leg, but go on and win the match. Brilliant first start there. So 2 darts in hand, 36 required. Just inside. A tricky double 9. A brilliant double 9. What a adjustment from one side of the board to the other. Under immense pressure. What pressure? Oliver Huffen is 1 leg away from a place in the round of 32. And that'll really hurt Kyle Warnett. That double 9. Didn't drop his head after busting. We've seen a few crazy busts last night on the JPL, but recovered brilliantly on the second attempt. Like Kyle Davidson must win if he's going to stay lively in event number 9. We said he's very competitive at winning his opening round matches. And he can certainly be a danger as the tournament unfolds with a bit of match sharpness under his belt. But Oliver Huffen looks like he's going to slam the door shut on this match. And the first tournament of the day for the Scot. Brilliant first start again. Kyle says, where's that come from? Very unlucky either side of the wires, but finding his trebles shooting at just the right time. Of course, 6 treble 19s. 2 treble 19s would have left the 24. Doesn't really make inroads here. So Kyle Davidson on a Ronnie O'Sullivan to draw his level. Leaves a handier than the 80, but first pop at it goes Oliver. Single for double. It's been a cool performance from Oliver Huffen. Can he seal the deal at the first attempt? Overcooked it. So as we said, a match that could most certainly go 6 or 7 legs. It's gone the 6, but will we see a decider? I think the match deserves a decider, doesn't it? Kyle again absent on his double shooting. Gutted about that, isn't he? Will he get a second chance? Oliver's been struggling for a bit of momentum. Will he find it here? He's played well, he's played solid. And he continues his march in event number 9. Oliver Huffen is through to the second round. A 4-2 win over Kyle Davidson, everybody. That's our opening match of the weekend. Done and dusted. Stay with us, folks. We've got a second opening round contest that's coming right up. Welcome back to the action, folks. Hot on the heels of our opening match, in which Oliver Huffen was successful 4-2 over Kyle Davidson. We've got a belt match in prospect here. The impressive Callum Gascoin, who takes on table-topping JDC JPL star Archie Self. Winner on the tour already, England international. One thing's for sure, Callum certainly will be taking this game in his stride and not be overawed by his opponent. A lot to like about this youngster. And I'm sure we'll see a high quality contest here. Took a while for Archie to get going last night on the JPL, but when he did, he timed his kick to perfection to get a third consecutive 5-3 win and be the only player to win out all of his matches. Congratulations also to Macy Gibbons, who's done likewise in the girls' event. And thank you everybody, of course, for joining us today on YouTube. Hit the subscribe button. Give us your views on who you fancy to go well this weekend. Certainly, as we say, we can make a case for 15 or 20 players that are all capable on the day. And the other 43 players, we've got one absentee. Jack Marshall not in action this weekend on today. Said I'd run through the scores that have gone in so far. Christine Ennis, our JPL qualifier, a 4-2 win over Quinn Sneebor of the Netherlands. Corey Wiltshire, a whitewash against no player. This no player has yet to win a leg whenever I've seen him play. There's the dad jokes over for the day. I do apologise. Jackie Boy, Jack Johnson, how impressive was he again last night? Every time I see Jackie Boy, just grows and grows in stature, and what a player. 3 finals out of 4 events on the second weekend of action here in Bristol, and he's off the mark in event number 9. A 4-1 win over Reggie Woodmore. We saw Jake Hobbs quite a few times on the streaming board during the second weekend of fixtures. Sure, we'll see a lot more of him as well. It was a 4-1 victory over Caden Morris. Owen Bryceland's through, backing up his impressive performance last night in the Junior Power League. Harley Glykos is through, 4-2 over Leo Howard. And a win for Jack Nankovic. Great to see Jack back in the winner's enclosure. A 4-2 win over Ethan Harden. I'm just waiting on a big run from a Jack Nankovic or Alex Passhauser. Of course, when you talk about the 2 players in mention, Jack won 2 events on the spin during last year. And of course, Lex Passhauser was a 4-time winner on the tour. 2nd overall on the Advanced Tour. 3rd, sorry, behind Ryan Branley and Turgle Kuralu, who was our JDC number 1. Keep you posted how Turgle progresses through. I'm sure we'll see him on the live stream at some point. Kaya Basil's through, 4-2 win over Drake Porter. And that second weekend of fixtures, Drake Porter was mightily impressive. Real high standard. So to double his advantage, and a bit of time on his side unless the big fish can be reeled in. Oh, great attempt on the bullseye, wasn't it? And if this first start goes, you'd fancy it. Look at that. Brilliant first start. You couldn't have placed it in any better. The slider over the top. Commentator's curse once again. Great effort, Caleb. So we'll actually go the 988 route. He certainly will. Oh, he's walked on it, didn't he? That's the confidence of the young man. That treble 20 with the first starts, giving himself a manageable target here on 85 to level things up and stay on serve. 16 for bull. Double 9. Brilliant take. And we've got a level game. Quality from Gascoin. I said this kid was brilliant. And he proved it just there. What a take on 85 that was. Yes, Archie missed out at a double. But Caleb was there to pounce, wasn't he? We've seen two big double 9s, haven't we, from Oliver Huffen and from Gascoin so far today. If you're hitting them double 9s with the clutch moment, one die in hand, you know your game's in a decent place. Junior Howard's fine form continues. He's 4-2 winner over Alfie Knox. And Alfie, another one who just needs a bit of a break, doesn't he? You know he's got the quality. Kyle Gilden through a 4-0 win over Liam Cook of Wales. The Flying Gilden's going to be a threat, isn't he? You can see him growing in stature at each event, each weekend. Our UK Open qualifier, 16-year-old. Yeah, this is a leg that Archie Self has had little drama with in terms of having to worry about his opponent's score. Lewis Cook is 2-0 over, leads 2-0 over Ridley Latigas. Ridley had a brilliant weekend. Not so long back in March, wasn't it, on the second weekend of fixtures? A couple of 80-odd averages on the stream board. Was very impressed with Ridley. Chris Mason touched on Alfie Moore and his form right now. He's about to get underway against Max Young of Scotland. We'll keep tabs on that. One opening round contest. Mitchell Lowry 3-0 up against Arthur Alston. And that's a match that could certainly grace a semi-final or a final. It hasn't had so many, I'm saying easy draw, but he hasn't had much comfortableness in terms of his draws recently, has he, Mitchell? I'm sure when he made it 4 in a row, he had Archie Self in the first round. And again, Mitchell just took it all in his stride. As the double 2 is secured. All 3 legs on throw. Halfway to victory is Archie Self. And for Caleb, you've just got to continue doing your business on your throw and just wait for a possible or hopeful opportunity. While you're holding your throw, anything can happen. Caleb, I've seen chuck some really strong averages over the course of the Advanced Tour so far. Another player that's took things very much in his stride. Seeing Caleb just about holding the advantage of throw after 2 visits to the board. But he won't like that 5 if you're a first start merchant. Brilliant slide into the treble 20. Reed just did beautifully, didn't he? The 2 treble visit there from Archie. You know, when you look at tennis players like the Djokovic's and the Federers, you know, it gets to 3-all in a set or 4-3 in a set, and you start to see the break points surface. And Archie's self here, timing his kick, isn't he? Because a break here, he knows that he's got the advantage of throw next. The top players know how to time their run or sense an opportunity and really plow on with it. And 87 after 12 darts. No need to use the bullseye there with his opponent on a non-checkout. How much pressure will it be under? In these circumstances, it has been finding a treble. Hard to understack on that one, wasn't it? So tops for 3-1. For 3-1. More misses from Archie self. And if you're Caleb, you kind of think, is this game got my name written all over it? Because Archie has come bearing gifts, isn't he? You don't normally see this from Archie self, giving his opponents opportunities, but he will be back for double 10. The extension of the arm for a lefty. Will it be the case this time with 3 in hand? 2 10s. Lovely marker. Lovely guide. Overcooked it. 2 7s. Brilliant adjustment. And Archie self is 1 leg away from a place in the second round. And if you're Caleb Gascoin, you kind of wish that you kept closer order in the leg, because he was given opportunities again, but you wonder if he wasn't so far back, would Archie have taken that out? So we'll never know, but after we dissect that leg, it comes out with Archie self 1 away from a place in the second round. But again, Caleb 3-1 down. His repetition, his routine hasn't changed. He hasn't sped up. He hasn't got frustrated. A brilliant 100 there. Yeah, very much like what I see from Caleb. It's easy to look at Darts Connect and see your stats or your averages and think, oh yeah, fair play, brilliant result, brilliant score. But when you watch them live, that's where you see the real breakdown of his throw and how impressive it is. I said Oliver Huffen has a bit of a Rolls Royce action in terms of a bit stabby, like to say, in terms of punches the die sometimes, but this invites a 180, doesn't it? Tight as you like. So first we finishes Caliber 161, but Archie on 183 minus 6 19s. Will it be 7? A brilliant 171, as good of a maximum as Archie self turned us on the afterburners, and he's left double 6 after 12 darts. Oh, he's understacked that brilliantly, hasn't he? So the double 10 wasn't the extension of the arm. How's double 6 for you? You won't get much closer than that. How unlucky. It was kind of a bit off-putting, wasn't it? Because it was that close. So to remain in the contest and break back, to have us back on throw, 2 16s. Always wired it. And just like Archie Self on the double six, how close was that from Caleb? To wrap things up, back on that wire again, but this time makes no mistake. It's Archie Self who is a 4-1 winner over Caleb Gascoin. He's safely through to the second round. Who will join him? We've got another first round match that's coming right up. Stay with us, folks. Welcome back to the action, folks, here in Bristol. And a mouth-watering clash in prospect. Now, first look at Mongolia's number 2. Uglunimend, good morning in Mongolian. Every day is a learning day. Described in my best Northeast Mongolian accent. God loves a trier. Just looking at the league table then. Achiribat is down in 29th on the order of merit. So first look at the Advanced Tour and he's doing rather well. As for Taylor James Harden, searching for a bit of form, but this kid's a tremendous talent. Bit of over-trying perhaps. When I've seen him at events, in senior tournaments, down at Bradmore Farm, for example, you know, he's been really competitive. It's Harden who has the first opportunity here. His opponent's on a 88, so he's got to take care of his work. It looks a nice marker. Fizzes that second dart in, but doesn't get it in the double. Getting closer. God, we've seen Arch yourself and Harden having very unlucky visits, haven't we, on that sort of region of the board. And what a take that is. Said this youngster had talent. Team Mongolia, of course, at the World Cup is a major force. And you can see why, with Turgle being the JDC Advanced Tour #1. And to have a second string such as Achiribat, who certainly will grow and grow in stature and confidence as the tour develops. That match sharpness that he wasn't necessarily getting to the standard he's getting over here. It's only going to benefit him in time, isn't it? A very happy-go-lucky youngster. As is Turgle, of course. Just talking to Oggy, who travels around with the Mongolian stars. And the Achiribats from the other side of Mongolia, from Ulaanbaatar is the capital. Is Turgle, but Achiribat, we'll find out where he's actually from, but so far he's making hay in Bristol, isn't he? Just not clicking at the minute, is it, for young Taylor James? And he was sat on a checkout, he had opportunities. Can't rule them misses, can he? He's just got to go about his work and trust his arm that'll get the opportunity to not just take the legs, but put himself in a winning position. Placing the second round at stake. It'll be a second round match that we will have coming up after this game. 3 first round matches to whet the appetite for this weekend here on the Advanced Tour. Of course, on this Easter Sunday tomorrow, we've got events 11 and 12. Mention as well, we've got the girls' final at some stage later on this afternoon. That'll be sandwiched round about the, if anything, if the following weekend that's just gone, round about the quarter-final mark, last 16 match, we should have the girls' final. Will it be a Macy Gibbons, Becca Allen finale? That's a big take, isn't it, from Taylor James Harden? And he knew it. He really gave it the big in there because he knew how important it was. We're back on throw. It's a level game. He's got great intensity, hasn't he? And great personal motivational drive. Sometimes that can be a little bit too much. You wonder whether that how much emotional energy that he takes out of himself by doing that, but it certainly keeps him focused, doesn't it? Whereas a cheery bat looks like he could do half a marathon and not break sweat. Talk about fitness levels and that, and when you see the JDC Advanced Tour, the games come thick and fast as you pray for Carl in the commentary box and his voice at some point, but wouldn't have it any other way. Let's do 40 events instead of 20, please, Mr. Brown. I don't think it'll be long, will it, before we increase our 64 to 128? It was certainly a valid case to make the 64. It's nice to get that done with the first start, isn't it? And moving on to the next leg. You don't want to be chasing that around the board on double eights and double fours. And a bit like Archie Self in the last game, he knows that if you can time this break in this leg, he'll have the darts in leg number 5 and 7 if required. So 2 out of the next 3 visits if required if he was to break here. But of course, a cheery bat has got other ideas. He knows a holding a break and he will throw for the match. All these permutations, and it's all about living in the present, isn't it? Focus on the now. Not get too ahead of yourself, which our youngsters do perfectly well. So again, it's a cheery bat's turn to have time on his side with the leg. It's a lovely marker if you can just slide it underneath, but brilliant cover shooting there. Didn't have to take a hit on that treble 17, didn't he? No need to go the bull route on it, so 42, it's not really massive inroads, and it invites a 2 treble visit here. And just like the first leg, tidies up. Second winning leg of a cheery bat. We've got a 2-2 game, both halfway to victory. And this match could go either way, couldn't it? We said in our first match between Kyle Davidson and Oliver Huffen had the makings of 6-7 legs, but this is another one, isn't it, where it's so hard to pick a winner. There's nothing to separate them in the averages, nothing to separate them in the legs won and in the scoreline. If you're on the racetrack, the announcer would be calling a photograph finish for sure. And I wouldn't like to be the judge deciding on the outcome. Brilliant visit though from Taylor James Harden. And a 171, as we see, is good of a maximum, but back comes the Mongolian. Both feeding off each other's scorelines now. What a match and what a contest we've got here in Bristol. the tactics. The gloves are off now. Two legs all, both on 144 after 12 darts. Really is so tight, isn't it? Our cherry bat's finishing has been sublime when needed. That was an opportunity, still a chance. The treble 17 was a great cover shoot earlier on. Oh, he went the treble 11 route. It's fair enough if he prefers tops, but that's a brilliant take. And Harden is one leg away. Maintains his advantage of throw. But our Mongolian friend says, I want to take you the distance. I want to keep you honest with the last leg decider. It's a shot to nothing if you tail, James, because you have got the advantage of throwing the last leg, but when momentum has been a difficult one for in terms of match-winning success, a 4-2 scoreline will certainly be most welcome if you're the young Englishman. But of course, from us neutrals, not just in the commentary box, but at home or wherever you're watching on YouTube, we all want to see a deciding leg, don't we? Outstanding again on his treble 19s. That'll look better than what it was as well. 79 and look like a 2 treble 19 visit. A quick look around the scores in a moment, but first of all, he can't finish on 162, but he's going to certainly leave things very handily. 57 required. Great ball management. The grouping outstanding, very unlucky. Oh, he's hit the double. 34, so 23 remaining. 2 12s for a level game, and to take us all the way to 10s. Carl, where is your mathematics on this Saturday morning? Good afternoon, everybody, in fact. So we're 3 minutes away from good afternoon. All this excitement's gone to me head already. An opportunity knock, so it's knocked and there's no answer because Taylor James Harden has an opportunity 92 going. It's a bit of a blocker. And a brilliant take. And he's over the moon with that adjustment on the 72. Takes out the treble 16 and the double 12. And we said he wanted to get the job done 4-2 without having to take us the distance. And he's done just that. Congratulations to Taylor James Harden on his success and a place in the round of 32 awaits. If you're a cheery bad, you've got another event to come later on today. And there's certainly a lot of positives to take from that scoreline despite the overall result. Stay with us, folks. We've got a second round match, round of 32, coming right up. As we say, hot on the heels of 3 outstanding round of 64 matches, the second round gets underway. And it's event 6 champion Alfie Cook. Blitzed the field, didn't he? Demonstrated the talent we all know that he's got. Put it all together in one tournament and was relentless. Brilliant to watch he was. And he's up against one of the Belgian contingent that we've seen on our live stream already over the course of the tour so far. He scored very well at times. If he can tidy up his finishing on previous efforts, he'll certainly need to do that against Alfie Cook. Of course, brother to Lewis Cook, who's doing so well on the tour as well, and our JPL star. And a bit like Lily Wheeler. When Lola saw her sister do so well last year, and she says, I fancy a bit of this, I can do this. And look how well Lola's progressed. And Lily, of course, is certainly a champion in her own right, and she'll come back to her very best. She's been knocking on the door in terms of qualification for the JPL. But Alfie Cook is certainly a player that looks at his brother's success and says, I don't know a minute, I'm as good as you, young'un. Friendly rivalry, of course. A hotbed of tungsten in the Cook household. Great family support. Dedication to take the bands all over the country. And abroad, of course. I was talking to Davey White, who plays in the NAC Premier League with us, and he says that the Cooks did very well in their Torremolinos, which is, of course, coming up this weekend. I know Mitchell Laurie's off over there on the back of event 12. And my mate, Davey White, had said, 2 youngsters, Alfie and Lewis. I says, I know how good these 2 youngsters are, believe me. I think a few people might have got a shock when they first come across them, but they won't be shocked for long because they'll know that they're in a proper darts match. So it's been workmanlike, this opening leg, but it's a leg that you feel that the Belgian has to win in terms of, not has to win, but you feel if his chances are going to improve massively if he does, but trailing behind with an early break against Alfie Cook, that game could get away from you rather quick. 2 16s. On the wire. So the Belgians back. A great adjustment on the double 10. And the opening leg does go with throw. And Robbie Vanerstein has the advantage. He's 1-0 up. And Alfie Cook with a couple of misstarts there. Very close on the double 16. It'll be interesting to see Alfie's response, won't it? Because he's just got to keep putting himself in them windows of opportunity in each leg. Robbie Vanerstein, who's 48th on the tour so far. And Alfie's up in 10th on the back of his success on the second weekend of the tour. But it's all right doing that now. He's going to want to back that up, isn't he? So be interesting to see how he progresses over the course of the Easter weekend. So after the opening leg hold, he's now put himself in a position to double his advantage. It's a brilliant visit there from the Belgian. How much pressure will the 70 be under? Oh, it's gone astray. It was a brilliant first start marker, but what an adjustment that was. Keeps himself in the leg, but first pop at it goes Robbie. 2/16s for 2-0. Oh, he snatched at it, didn't he? Came out rather quick. Oh, what a brilliant first start. And you missed the big single. Press ups down and give me 10, Alfie. It's easy done, you know, when you feel like you've done the hard work. It's like on that 82 when you hit the bullseye and you think, I've done the hard bit, but the double 16 has still got to be taken care of, as was the big single there to leave tops. So back comes Robbie Vanerstein. More missed doubles, more missed opportunities. And Alfie continues to pepper the wire of double 16, but double 8 is more fruitful for him. And we have got a level game. We're still on the throw here. And what, of course, is a first of 4 all the way through to the semi-finals. And if you're Alfie, you could quite easily get bogged down after several close shaves on the double 16, but it really adjusted nicely, didn't he, to the double 8? A new target, even though it's next door, but secured it first hand. And if you're Robbie Vanerstein, you'd be quite partial to thinking that you could have been 2-0 up and throwing for a 3-0 lead. Only 40, so not really pressured. Mitchell Lorry's 2-0 up over Max Young in the round of 32. Jaden Walker is about to get underway against Alfie O'Flynn Rogers. Lewis Cook. I said Lewis Cook's going great guns as well, our JPL star. He's 3-0 up. Our results just gone in there. Lewis Cook, 100.20 average. Congratulations to him on a ton topping average. 4-0 win over Oscar Saxon. Frederick Windmill is going very well. Another good weekend in prospect for him. A 4-0 win over Christian Ennis. That's a statement scoreline, isn't it? Christian Ennis, brilliant form. Push Mitchell Lorry all the way in the JPL last night. What a game that was. So for 2-1 in the first break of the match on the dreaded double 16, but it's not dreaded anymore because Alfie Cook does land the double 16. He's had plenty of practice at it. He's 2-1 up. He's halfway to victory. Jackie Boy, Jack Johnson, a 98 average for him. A 4-0 win over Jake Hobbs. Elias van Brussel, 4-2, a victory over Kyle Gilden. The Flying Gilden is not flying in event number 9. He's had his wings clipped. And Owen Priceland played well in defeat. An 86 average for him, but he's lost out to Harley Glykos. The young Welshman going very well as well. One of the top youngsters from Wales. And how impressed was I by Alfie O'Brien on the last weekend of events. Certainly a player on my radar now as the season unfolds. Trying to force it in slightly, so wrestled the advantage of throw away for an instant break back. As we say, it's not been brilliant from either player, but whoever wins and comes through this one certainly won't give a jot about the averages. It's all about getting into that round of 16. And with the round of 16 comes an opportunity, doesn't it? Because you're thinking, I'm pretty close to backing up that tour victory on the last weekend if you're Alfie Cook. He's certainly not a one tournament wonder for sure. He's got so much scope as Alfie. So a poor visit there, and Robbie Vanerstein will go for the 18s. Brilliant second dart, wasn't it? 71 required. Quality darts to set up 32. But for breathing space and a 3-1 advantage, to go one leg away, oh, it's too high. So again, more and more twists and turns in this match here in Bristol. Robbie Vanerstein for a level game. And a brilliant take on double 8. Both players finding that adjustment. Accomplishment ease. And it's the Belgian who has the advantage of throwing if required. In leg, well, it is required for leg 5 for sure, but and again, if required for that deciding leg. The tension, the drama here in Bristol. 2 legs apiece. Nothing to separate them in the averages. Nothing to separate them in the score lines. Who blinks first? Advanced Tour 9 and 10. Can you believe we're almost halfway through the Advanced Tour? The girls series going on as well behind the scenes, so we'll have updates on that as we progress through the afternoon. When we get to the knockout phases, we'll see how that's going to develop in terms of who's going to be at the business end. Certainly the Becca Allen against Macy Gibbons is the first choice that you would have in terms of current form right now, but don't rule out Lola Wheeler, because I know Lily's been poorly and she's absent from today. I was talking to Joe, and he was saying that Mum's taken Lily back. And there's quite a few girls that's under the weather, shall we say, that's given today a swerve. I wish everybody, of course, the happiest of recoveries and the speediest of recoveries, so we get some darting action from our youngsters over the course of the weekend as Alfie Cook breaks immediately back. 3 breaks on the spin, and just at the right time he's thrown for the match. Bolstered his average up to 68. when you want to seal the deal with the match, you certainly don't want to be kicking off with 28 deal and then see your opponent hit a ton. More twists and turns here with hanger 61. I'm hanging on for dear life, I know that. Really has been an intriguing battle. As we say, not all the best matches are the eye-catching averages. It's just been a real battle, this one, hasn't it? So following that opening ton, he's had 6 starts to get rid of pretty much the same scoreline. So then fires in another ton. So keeps himself in this leg, doesn't he? In a leg that he must win, the Belgian. He should increase his position on the league table on conclusion of this, but a place in the last 16 at least has certainly go a long way from improving on his 47th in the table. When you're Alfie Cook and you've just missed 160 for the match, great attempt, but 56, 48, he's burned the card, shall we say. Double 16. How's your minerals, young man? It looks snatchy, doesn't it, sometimes on that double? I can't get it out of his hand quick enough. But he is a talent out about this Belgian youngster. You can see he's got a great game in him. And that great game in him could be on display for a deciding leg. Takes it out and we have got a level game. It had 7 legs on paper. Best of luck, gents. A place in the last 16 awaits. Higher Basil's through, continuing his solid runs on the Advanced Tour. 4-1 win over Lucas Milliken, an 86 average for Kaya. Archie Self's backed up his live stream performance in the opening round, and a 4-2 win for Archie Self over Junior Howard with an 84 average. And that's kind of treading water average for Archie Self, isn't it? He very rarely dips below the 84 mark. And if that's your B/C game, then you know your A game is going to take some stopping when it's required. Turkle's taking the opening leg. We said we'd keep tabs on how he's doing. As Alfie Cook's on 186. Brilliant. Timing has been immense there from Alfie, hasn't it? He knows he'll be back for 52 with his opponent on 175. And that 2 triple visit. Oh, and he's busted. Unbelievable, Jeff. Can you believe it? So to wrap things up for the Belgian. Moving up the ladder, treble for double. Unable to slide above it. Maybe distracted by that angle of the first dart, but and a brilliant take. Alfie Cook does get over the winning line. Yet another break of throw, a 20 darter. And that secures Alfie Cook a place into the round 16. And Robbie Vanerstein played very well in defeat, Certainly a lot more to come from that youngster. Stay with us, folks. We've got probably a round of 32 match coming up. If not, we'll be into the round of 16. It's all happening thick and fast here in Bristol. Stay with us. Warm-up darts are done. Kaya with a bullseye there. Our two JPL stars in action in the round of 16 as promised. Two massive talents at the hockey here in Bristol. I was a very confident Jack Nankovic when asked the question last night of could you win the JPL once again? And he says, he's sitting pretty in the table, why not? I just like the way he calmly just said that. And I said I'm awaiting a big run from a Jack Nankovic or a Lex Passa. Could today be the day for Jumping Jack? England international against the World Masters champion, runner-up at the World Championships, Kaya Basil. And I think the respect that both players will have for each other, you know, this could be a match of high quality where they know that they're going to have to hit the finishes when they get the opportunities. Two of the biggest scorers around. Stats-wise, I think Kaya's second to Mitchell Laurie in terms of averages over the course of the season so far. for a holder throw, 70 going, he'll stay there on 20s. How many times do you say that way? They struggle to keep them straight. Double tops. The opening leg goes to Jack Nankovic. And it's a breaker throw, and it's a solid 17 dart break. Yeah, it's what could have been in that leg for Kaya, couldn't it? Because it might have been only one shot at the bullseye, but we'll never know if he'd have hit it. He did take out a brilliant bullseye check out in the JPL last night. But it's Nankovic who tidied up the leg very nicely, didn't he? We talk about sort of thought processes in terms of what doubles players like to go for. Yes, Jack Nankovic loves his tops and tens, but he's very comfortable around all areas of the board as Kaya Basil slaps in a 180 to say, I want my breaker throw back. When that first start goes in from Nankovic, you kind of get the feeling that at least one more following it did, didn't it? Keeps Kaya honest in this leg after that 180. It was Jack that threw first, but still with the slight advantage if you can hit two trebles, but not two trebles of the green order. Can't finish now, so brilliant adjustment. Fantastic from Kaya. But this is right in the wheelhouse of Jack Nankovic. Brilliant first start, moving up the ladder. Double top for 2-0. Oh, great opportunity. It was an opportunity carved out by a brilliant first start from Nankovic, but it's Kaya Basil who's back for tops to re-establish parity. And this has been Kaya's Achilles heel, hasn't it, slightly lately? As Nankovic slaps in a double 10 of his own, and it's a 2-0 advantage, and it's a holder throw. Yeah, Kaya, what I've seen is have so many opportunities to win legs. And of course, for the high standards set by Kaya, which is not used to offering up gifts of multiple opportunities at a double. We know when it clicks, it's going to be a danger for everybody, but I said a deep one could be around the corner for Nankovic. It could be event number 9, couldn't it? Superb effort there. 1-4-4 piece after 9 darts. Outstanding effort from both players in this leg. If you're Kaya, you feel like you really need to hold your throw, don't you? But only 60. Oh, wonderful first dart. Brilliant second dart. Double 12 in a matter of pop, pop, pop. Great attempt there from Nankovic. So back for double 12. Great attempt at the 1-4-4, but secures the leg with the first dart. And Kaya Basil has food for thought here. He's 3-0 down against one of the best front runners in town in Jack Nankovic. 177 is good of a maximum. And if you're Kaya, you've just got to try and continue scoring heavily, give yourself opportunities and take them. It's as easy as that. Yeah, right. When your opponent's as good as Jack Nankovic, you've got a few more permutations that you've got to consider. However, Kaya has built up that reputation now, hasn't he? Built up that persona that you've got to play outstandingly well to beat him. And a 92.28 average is getting the job done for Nankovic. So pleasing to see. Heavy scoring backed up with outstanding doubling from Nankovic. In a leg that will see him over the winning line and a place into the Elite 8 of event number 9. So a little pressure on now, 56 to wrap things up. In fairly rapid time for Nankovic. Jack does get the job done. Jumping Jack is into the Elite 8. The quarterfinals it is. England internationals. But it's Jack Nankovic who prevails by a 4-0 scoreline. Congratulations to him. Kaya, of course, he will be back for event number 10 and he's going to be one of the front runners to win the tournament. But it's Jack Nankovic that marches on. We look forward to see how his event number 9 develops. I'll keep you posted on that and other great games as they go in around the boards. Stay with us, folks. Quarterfinal action at the darts here in Bristol. Frederick Windmill certainly producing darts that is making everybody sit up and pay attention. And Jackie boy, Jack Johnson, gets better and better every time I watch him. Just had a casual chat with him there prior to going on the stream, and he's confident with where his game is at right now. I see he's just really enjoying every match he comes across, isn't he? Talked to his mum yesterday, and we talked about how things have come not at a rapid pace for Jackie boy, and that's just build up his resilience and give him time. 2 years on the Foundation Tour, 2 years on the Advanced Tour, and this year he's really kicked on, hasn't he? Three finals out of 4 and a quarter-final to boot. Certainly a winner waiting to happen. A bit like Jaden Walker, who's got his first win under his belt on the Sunday of the second weekend on the tour, and he's just taken out Mitchell Lorry 4-3. What a performance from young Jaden there. And we Sox will most certainly be back. The opportunities that you've got to take against Jackie boy. Sliding it down. Oh, it doesn't have the adjustment required on the third dart. So back comes Windmill. Takes it out, and he does the adjustment that's required on the 5-5. It's a hold to throw. And it's a welcome one if you're in Team Windmill camp. Jackie boy says, I'm coming right back at you, son. 180 to get us underway. He's on a 9-darter. He's on a 9-darter. And just the player right now to do it. Of course he doesn't, with the commentator's curse kicking in. Sorry, Jackie boy. No, but all jokes aside, Jack Johnson is certainly one of the elite hands that you would say if there was going to be a 9-darter thrown on the live stream, he would be one of the players that you'd have as a lead contender to do that, wouldn't you? He really has got the game for a huge match or a big time play. Winner, of course, on the JDC Vaults. Winner, of course, the Super 16. 2 Premier events that have been featuring finals on PDC Premier stages. Few darts blown there, but after 15 darts, he's still sitting pretty on 8-8. And he has got a further 6 darts if required. But Jackie boy straightening the 8-8. Level game, still on throw. All to play for. Remember, after this round, we go to a semi-final, and that's where the format's ramped up to a best of 9. When I spoke about the progression and targets for Jackie boy when I was talking to his mum yesterday, and I says he's in contention, obviously in pole position for the England selection for Gibraltar, and I'm sure when it comes round that there would be an opportunity that he would gratefully take, but it's not on his concern or not on his mindset, Jackie boy, because he feels that there's other targets ahead of that, and with his experience that he feels like another year or 2 perhaps could be the key to be a real powerhouse at international level. I think if you're good enough, young enough, you're good enough. And Jackie Boy is certainly as good as anyone around right now. And Frederick Windmill has been impressive throughout the tour. Remember, first season on the tour, we've seen him in the latter stages of events. On more than one occasion, he's back in a quarter final here, and who knows if that's going to progress on to a final four. Jack Johnson with a running average of 82.98. How impressive. That's a season average after 8 events. So 18s will come into play early doors here. It should have done. So Jackie Boy will come back to polish off double 16 to take the lead for the first time. Has to shuffle across. Oh, why is the double 9? 91 to continue 3 consecutive holds. Brilliant first start. It's just given him the opportunity. Oh, I thought it was in the treble 17. I do take that back. I thought it was in, but that certainly is in. A tricky double 9 is taken out quite easily from Jack Johnson. Jackie Boy, the man in form, making a potential obstacle in double 9 look so easy. Fine margins though, wasn't it, from Windmill? Look at Jackie Boy's route to the quarterfinals. Harley Glykos was his round of 16 opponent. He had an 84.95 average. A 98.56 average against Jake Hobbs. And a 78.87 against Woodmore. Reggie was the first opponent, and what a tough draw that is. But like I say, there's no easy draws, is there? Brilliant take. And a 1-2-6 check out. Gives breathing space, doesn't he? Quality check out there from Jackie Boy. Over the moon with that wasn't he? The double 6 went in as confidently as the 6-19s. When your back's against the wall, you don't want to kick off with a 26 and your opponent away with a ton. Already after 3 darts, West have the advantage of throw away and in the lipstick. So Jackie Boy seemingly cruising towards a place in the semi-final. Scores on the doors. Taking you on, Jack Nankovic is 2-1 up against Toby Clemens. Lewis Cook continuing his fine run. Jaden Walker, has he played his final in the last round against Mitchell Lorry? Because he's 3-2 down. And that has a makings of a final, let alone a quarter-final match for Lewis Cook and Jaden Walker. Oh, opportunity there for 1-2-6 to be backed up with a Shanghai. So to stay in the game, 76 going. Go on, son. Oh, great attempt. So it's Jackie Boy that comes back for tops to wrap things up. 2 10s looks a lovely guide. Oh, he just follows the second dart. And Windmill has an opportunity, like I say, to hold his throw, to make Jackie Boy serve it out. And he's got to do just that as Jackie Boy, because Windmill takes out a clutch moment double. It's 3-2 in the favour of Jackie Boy, but with the darts here, crucially, the Orpington youngster, the East Kent Academy, Toby Clemens 2-all against Jack Nankovic. Warming up is Alfie Armitage against Turgle Kuralu. Matches coming thick and fast. Keep you posted as we see who's progressed into the semi-finals as well. So for an opportunity out the clouds from a potential 4-1 defeat, staring down the barrel, and he's missed the big single. To be back on throw and throwing for the match against Jack Johnson. What a turnaround, what a shift in momentum. Oh, another one of them would do. But a brilliant setup. It pressurizes the 40 to take us all the way. Another match that goes the distance. Yes, we are going the distance. Congratulations to Freddie Windmill in taking us the distance. Best of luck, gents, in this deciding leg. A place in the semi-final awaits the winner. What a timely run it's been, isn't it? 2 treble visit. And where has this come from? Jackie Boy just hasn't found the extra gears required to get over the winning line. And Windmill's fed on that, hasn't he? And now it's him timing the treble visits and the 2 treble visits. And that's a brilliant 2 treble visit, but into the treble one, how close was that? So it's still Windmill's advantage, and a double 19 for a 155 to seal the deal. Where's this turnaround come from? It's come from the brilliance of Windmill. Perhaps a good option to split it. 2 16s for his first semi-final spot. And there it is. What a comeback, what a turnaround. Frederick Windmill, 3-1 down, wins the match 4-3. A disappointed Jackie Boy, but we know that he's got resilience and he'll be back for event number 10. But it's Windmill who progresses to the semi-finals. A semi-final that we'll have coming right up. Stay with us, folks. Final four action here in Bristol. And what a mouth-watering clash it is. Two junior Power League stars, Lewis Cook and Turgle Kuralu. The place in the final at stake. Best of 9 progresses through to that finale. And this has the makings of being an absolute quality encounter. The back to form Turgle knocking on the door for the title in his first title for 2026. Lewis is already a powerhouse on the Advanced Tour. Head of Turgle in the rankings. But for how long? Because we all know Turgle finishes with a flourish. As he finished with a flourish as we're waiting to book his place in the semi-finals. 140 after 9 darts. Kicking off exactly where he finished, with a 12 dart leg to hold his throw after his opponent missed darts a double 15. Alfie Armitage, that was. Great performance from him. So double top. 2 10s. He's chasing around the board with his opponent on double 4. Brilliant take from Turgle. What a confident double 5 it was. We say if you love tops and 10s, you've got to like double 5 as well, but whew, calm as you like. 15 dart breaker throw, sorry. Yes, I mean, Chris Mason elaborated on Turgle's increased pace is beneficial to him. Sometimes you can overthink and take too long. I'm not saying that was at the detriment of Turgle last year, but it certainly at times seemed a bit long, where it wasn't fluid. And that's not picking faults with Turgle because Turgle's immense, but I do feel that the increased pace is beneficial to him. He hasn't sped up a great deal. But I'm sure in time that'll be a well-oiled machine. .180 away, it's on. Very unlucky. Down to a finish, but Lewis is on 143 and an opportunity for it. 216s for 143. Great attempt there from Lewis Cook. An opportunity to double his advantage. The 143, very unlucky. The 120, very unlucky. Cook back and he's level. The leg probably went to its rightful owner there. Lewis Cook, of course, who's already hit 100 average in this event. Very early doors, of course, but he's not far off the ton mark already. We see how Turgle started out where he left off with a very impressive opening leg. But Turgle, when he went on to win the Advanced Tour last year and pip Ryan Branley, ultra consistent. And to win the Advanced Tour after 20 events is a special achievement, believe me. To win one event is absolute cap tip. But to be the most consistent player over 20 events, you know the future's bright, the future's Turgle. To take the lead for the first time. Important dart. The Suffolk Maestro gets it. Love the reaction from Lewis Cook, as always. It really is a diamond, isn't he, to watch? I love his body language and his positivity at the board. Yeah, overcooked that, didn't he? Overtried. Turgle, though. Looking for a bit of cover shooting. Hasn't really taken advantage of that despite being 100 in front. And that was one that got away. I said a deep run was on the cards at some stage for Jack Nankovic. 2-0 up on Frederick with Windmill in the other semi-final. Keep you posted on the progression of that game. Very much at a similar stage in the semi-finals. Turgle rattles in a 2-treble visit. Takes out tops. Secures the leg convincingly. 15 and 18 darts to win the 2 legs that he's won. Lewis Cook still averaging 5 pops ahead of him after 4 legs. Brilliant standard from the pair. But Turgle, when he zips that first dart in, so much scope, isn't there, for the heavy artillery which has just been demonstrated. It was 7 perfect darts in on JPL night 2. How close will he go now? Boo! The boos, the chorus of boos ring out the commentary box here in Hangar 61. We want to see a 9, especially on the live stream. Speaking of 9s, we've just had Mitchell Laurie in the commentary box there prior to the semi-final, and Kaya Basil came in for a wee chat. Great to see them 2 youngsters. Always a pleasure to interact with. They're as daft as me. So nothing visit there from Turgle, and that'll be punished royally, I think, from Lewis Cook. So 2 visits without a treble. The throw is with Lewis Cook. Who wants this 5th leg? You know it's an important one. The way both players are wiping their feet with the scoring. So 94 going for Cook. Still a chance. Not now. So Turgle on 68. Treble 20 for double 4. His presumed route. Of course he goes for treble 16. This time he wants tops. And he lands it. We've got to break a throw once again. Turgle led early in that match. Was pegged back. But now he's re-established the lead. He's 2 legs away from a place in the final. The jumping jack train continues to gather pace. 4-0 up against Frederick Windmill in our second semi-final off air. For Lewis Cook, 4-2 win over Jaden Walker as he fires in a maximum of his own. And a timely maximum. He doesn't want to be going 4-2 down and having to win 3 legs on the spin against Turgle. That's not how you want to be earning a living without stress, believe me. Because you just know, don't you, whether it be Turgle with the darts or without the darts, of advantage to throw that out of 3 legs. If it was to go 4-2, he's got a 15 darter in tomorrow. You know, so that's making you chuck a 12 in one of the 3 legs. Brilliant setup from Turgle. And is the game slipping away slowly from Lewis Cook? Keeps Turgle honest. Tops has been kind. Will it be once again? Oh, and again, the double for 10 is overcooked. For a level game and back on throw. Brilliant adjustment, slides it in. We have got a level game. It's a best of 3 from here for a place in the final. That's not over yet. In the semi-final off air, where Jack Nankovic leads 4-1 now. Frederick Windmill, who trailed 3-1 in his match and turned it around to win 4-3 against Jack Johnson. He's going to have to do something on an epic scale if he's going to do that again. Who wants it? Best of 3 from here. Nothing to separate them in the averages, nothing to separate them in the legs, nothing to separate them in the scoreline. Unfortunately, we can't call it a draw on our Saturday afternoon. There's got to be a player that progresses. Rejoicing Americans around the country that and across the pond that'll be saying, hell yeah, no draws in action, overtime, baby. Of course, we welcome the draws on the JPL. It is a nice change that we have the draws an option. So many close encounters, isn't it? On the JPL this year. So just about the advantage of throw still for Lewis Cook. This game's had so many momentum shifts back and forth with the lead. Every time Turgle takes the lead, Lewis Cook fights back. Every time Lewis Cook takes the lead, Turgle fights back. Averages split on 79. 3 legs all, both on 190 to 192. Two treble visit, but how's Turgle's form here? Will he stay there? Looks a nice marker. Well, I thought there was a case to be made there to stay on the treble 20. Yes, it's a full target to aim at downstairs, but two 16s. And he powers it in. And that's the reaction of our back-to-back European champion. And as we mentioned, just when Lewis Cook reacts with the a double 16 pinpointed, and Turgle rattles in 180. This is a match thoroughly deserving of going the distance, and it's hard to separate the pair. It's going to be a one-leg shootout, perhaps, to see who goes through to the final. Final that will feature Jack Nankovic, who's progressed with a 5-2 victory over Frederick Windmill. And a brilliant take. Turgle does get us level at 1-2-6. Gets the job done with his opponent on a non-checkout board. That'll be pleasing for Turgle. He's staying alive in this contest, and he stayed alive in the previous round. Went the distance and hit a 12 darter. And a 180 from Cook. What a match we've got on our hands here. He's on a 9. He's on a 9. Oh, great attempt there for Lewis. And what a leg with the dart for Lewis Cook to just snuff out any threat from Turgle. Even a 180, even if he can't finish. So 6 darts have required. A 180 is landed. What a solid performance from both players, regardless of the outcome. For a ton-topping display to end a classic, Lewis Cook gets tops, and Turgle smiles as if to say congratulations. Very impressive performance, young man, from Lewis Cook. Our back-to-back European champion is in the final, and he'll play Jack Nankovic. That final's coming right up, folks. Stay with us. An all-England affair, and it's going to be a belter. Stay with us. So the warm-ups are out the way. Bullseye off and Jack Nankovic is straight in the middle, as is Lewis Cook. Back in the bullseye is Lewis Cook. Oh, Jack, unlucky son. So we've got our final, it's first to 6. It's a welcome return to the finale for Jack Nankovic. And Lewis Cook is having a superb, consistent season. But it's a final that is so hard to call. Best of luck, gents. You're both winners in my eyes. Said I was expecting a big run from Alex Passauer or Jack Nankovic. They were the two players that I was expecting a response from this weekend. It hasn't taken long for Jack to come to the fore. We knew it was when, not if. Lewis Cook, who we saw in that semi-final against Turgle, what a performance that was. The 180s were raining in. The three-figure checkouts were raining in. .180 already for Lewis Cook, but 20 after 12 darts. And there we go, a 5-visit leg. Jack Nankovic is broken early against Lewis Cook despite the 180. We look at the route for Jack Nankovic as we said he had the 5-2 win over Frederick Windmill in the semi-final. A 4-2 win over Toby Clemens in the quarterfinals. Just looking back at the last 16 match as well, where it was the 4-0 victory that we saw on the live stream against Kaya Basil. Seems like many moons ago now, doesn't it? With the climax to event number 9. And once again, another fresh face in the final. Of course, both fresh faces in the final, but I'm not going to say part of the old guard, but certainly experience-wise, a JPL champion and our back-to-back European champion. Both winners. Lewis will be back though with his opponent on 168. Well, with the travel visit there, we'll be under a bit of pressure, especially if this third dart doesn't go in. Because Jack Nankovic could pick his pocket. What a first dart that was, wasn't it? Oh, great attempt. When the first dart goes in as confidently as that treble 17 did, you've got to fancy the second or the third. And Lewis Cook tidies up. We do have a level game. It's 1-1. Back-to-back breaks. It's Lewis to throw first in leg number 3. So fascinating start to our final already. Back-to-back breaks. Not get much of a harder route for Lewis Cook beating Turgle in the deciding leg. Jaden Walker he beat in the quarterfinals 4-2. Remember, Jaden had just took out Mitchell Laurie in the round previous. All players, especially the talents of Nankovic and Cook are capable of beating each other on the day. But who can be the most consistent as Lewis Cook reigns in another 180? Needs to move down quite a considerable amount. His opponent back on 80, and it'd be surprising if Jack Nankovic goes tops here. It's one of them where there's a bit of room for error if you were to go that route, but rightly so, Jack went for the treble 20 with the first start, but Lewis Cook tidies up the leg. Fascinating final. First to 6. Makes the long drive for both players and connections very worthwhile when they see the youngsters performing as well as they are doing. So again, not on a checkout, but has 6 starts from here, and he will have to use them. But a great shot on the treble 19 there. Makes it a more manageable total, doesn't it, on 92? Just sets things up nicely. This is definitely in the striking zone of Lewis Cook, but not to be. There's the double 10 again. That's a level game. 2s apiece. On throw when Lewis Cook starts. Both players will feel that their championship, their final is in their own hands. I've got to believe that, I suppose, but it's the fact that you can see that both of them know that they've got the game and the belief to do so. Again, just chipping away at the total with a treble of visits, just keeping the momentum going, keeping the advantage of throw in favour of Lewis Cook. A tight final we've got. There it is, a 16 dart holder throw. Lewis Cook. Halfway to victory. Another tour title, perhaps. Or is it going to be a welcome return to the winner's enclosure for Jumping Jack? Pace of the game will certainly suit both players. When both players start firing in the treble 20s, two treble visit there. That's a timely one, but what a return from Jack Nankovic there. That's our JPL champion at his finest. Mentioned Jack's run on the tour. He's had some really difficult early draws. And yes, they're there for everybody to overcome, but he really has had some tricky opponents. I'll elaborate on that at some point, but as we speak, both are halfway to victory now. That double nine's taken some unexpected hammering today, isn't it? And majority to great effect as well. When your opponent's had a troubleless visit, to rattle in a 1-3-7. Jack is back. Jumping Jack is back. Still with the advantage of throw just about, but that wasn't until the troubleless visit. So Nankovic now has wrestled that advantage of throw away, and especially with the two treble visit there. So Jack with a chance to retake the lead for the first time since that opening leg. Brilliant take. Lewis Cook tidies up the leg nicely. And a clutch moment 98. He's 4-3. We're still on throw in this one. Real strategy affair, isn't it? And is this the kick that Jack Nankovic produced to win the JPL, where he went on a leg mission? And again, a treble visit down is making Lewis Cook now want two trebles, three trebles just to stay in the leg. Quality final. One of the closest finals we've had for a long time. Not what you want from there, but will Lewis Cook punish? A trebleless visit from him. Both players will be knowing the importance of this leg. And that's why we're getting the odd error. Got to remember the bends are not robots, they do so amazingly well. And there's another double nine in. Jack Nankovic gets us back level. It's a best of three from here. We're saying not every match is all about the ton toppers and the 100+ averages. This is a thrilling final, and we've had 8 legs of thrillingness. I was about to say that's a window of opportunity from Jack Nankovic there to... That two treble visit has really propelled him. Lewis Cook back into this 9th leg where he holds the advantage of throw. Oh, what a turnaround this is. What a 180. Stunning darts from Nankovic. So, 2/16s for 5-4 lead. Oh, great attempt from Lewis Cook to salvage the leg. But this time Nankovic is surely not going to mess up. There we go. Nankovic has the lead at the all-important phase. It's a breaker throw. Lewis is going to have to instantly break back, and then he will have the advantage of throwing the last leg. But for Nankovic, he wants the job done now, doesn't he? Absolutely buzzing that Jack Nankovic is connected with a late run. As we say, it was when, not if. And a leg that Nankovic will seal the deal with 12 darts thrown, 247 remaining, and is not going to get the job done against Lewis Cook. So 6 darts from here, and he's already making shining roads. .62 to take us the distance. 2 16s. Will we get a big come on? Not on this occasion. And Jack Nankovic loves a bit of double 15. Doesn't get it though this time, so Lewis is back for another break back. Twists and turns. Just inside. Brilliant take from Lewis Cook. We have got that level game. We have got a deciding leg. 5-star performance from both players. Something's got to give. Who wants it the most? Both players hungry for success on the Advanced Tour. And what an opportunity this is. What a time to do this. And every time Lewis Cook comes back, Jack Nankovic comes back with a scoreline of his own. Last leg decider. Just what the doctor ordered here in Bristol. A finale that will have Lewis Cook climb the ladder. Jack Nankovic will certainly get closer to where he belongs up near the top. Bullseye. Oh, that would have gone out in style, but now Jack Nankovic on 130, 94 going. Can't finish, so Lewis Cook is back for 25. To become champion. Alfie Cook's been in the winner's enclosure already. Is that a deliberate long pause? Oh, and he's missed it. So Jack Nankovic, who put his darts away, is on 67. I don't mind that route, actually. Lewis Cook is our Event 9 champion. What a close encounter that was with Jack Nankovic. Congratulations to Jack. He's back all right. But it's Lewis Cook who is in the winner's enclosure, event number 9 champion, and a thoroughly deserved victory it was. Jack Nankovic, very, very close. And he's a winner waiting to happen once again on the tour. But it's Lewis Cook who just about edged it. And on the back of that, folks, hot on the heels is around a 64 match for our second event of the day, which is coming right up. So as promised, hot on the heels of event number 9, we have the second full event of the day, event 10, halfway through the tour after this event. And 2 players. First look for Caden Morris. Let's see what he's all about. But for Charlie Greensmith, we've seen him reach the latter stages of an event on the previous weekend, sorry. And he's had some very consistent averages, some very eye-catching results. Let's see if he can continue that fine form in our best of 7 round of 32 match. Says last 32 on this. We might have skipped around with the tournament event number 9 going on as long as it did. But we will check that out once I get my Darts Connect loaded up for the new event. It's all happening thick and fast here in Bristol. We wouldn't have it any other way, would we? Rapid fire action. Oh, he really pushed at that, and Caden Morris has an opportunity to hold his throw in the opening leg. And a very nice take there from Morris. When Greenmith was looking like he had all the aces in that match, in that leg, sorry. Heavy scoring, but Morris stuck with it. Stuck with the task well, and he got the winning double. $72, the treble 20, and the 2 missed darts at double 6 proved very, very costly. The standard of the JDC Advanced Tour. So again, on the premises is Greenmith with 1-2-1, 9 darts gone. But Morris is sticking around, isn't he? Almost back-to-back maximums. But this is brilliant from Greenmith. Very, very good. Tops after 12. And with an opportunity to level things up. So back comes Greenmith, and this time he takes it out. 16 dart holder throw. 13 points, the differential in the averages, but again, that doesn't really matter, does it? If you're Caden Morris, you've got the darts in leg number 3, and you're away with a 140, the future is most certainly a happy one for Caden Morris in this match, because Charlie Greenmith is through everything at him early doors. Both firing in 140s, 3-6-1, nothing to separate them. A huge difference in the averages, but legs, won, and score is very much in the balance this match. Most certainly asking questions is Greenmith now on the Morris throw after that slack visit. But Greenmith has a 2 treble visit in him pretty much every time he comes to the board, doesn't he? So as the commentator curse once again comes to the fore. Sorry, Charlie boy. But just the standard that you'd expect Charlie Greenmith after watching him and seeing his performances. That you're actually disappointed when he gets a troubleless visit even. Caden Morris has had a superb leg, and 52 after 15 darts. 2 16s to re-establish his lead. Long way off on the double 8, very unlucky on the double 16. He's got an outside poker's Greensmith on 103. Oh, brilliant second dart. Double 16, he walks away. Is that a wise thing to do? He knows what he's doing. No fuss at all. Morris re-establishes his lead. Great attempt on the 32, on the 103 there from Greensmith. But it's darts like that that have to go. And this is Caden Morris. An opportunity now to break. From Greensmith looking like he could have had the darts in with a 2-1 lead. He's now staring down the barrel of a 3-1 scoreline himself, especially with Morris hitting the 1-3-4 and then in the red bit. Only 81, that looked like it could have been more. Very unlucky. So after 6 darts, 286, he's earned this position that he's in. And that treble 19 cover shooting again has been outstanding. Brilliant visit there from Greensmith. Again, momentum shifts back and forth, just like this match, like many others that has gone before. Advanced Tour 10. Here we go. Let's have a look and see what's going on around the boards. Greensmith does hold, sorry. We've got a best of 3 from here. And Caden Morris has impressed me. As we say, it's a first look for Caden. And Greensmith's had the flashes of 180s and 140s. Caden Morris has been hot on his heels, hasn't he? And when he has struck the front, he's not giving legs away lightly, is he? Which you expect in the JDC Advanced Tour, of course. One of the best tours around, as good as any tour that there is out there. Standard is brilliant, especially from our top players. And for the likes of Greensmith, it's all about progression. It's all about giving themselves that opportunity, building their portfolio. A lot to like about Greensmith, isn't there? So time on his side here for Greensmith. Trail 2-1 and looking like he's going to go 3-2 in a blink of an eye. And he will throw for the match if he's to secure with this leg. How much pressure will the 32 be under? Oh, well, lovely first dart, but that second dart frustratingly drifted into the 5. And now for 3-2, Greensmith 1-6-32. Takes it out first dart. This youngster has immense talent, making an 86.86 average look very, very ordinary. Advanced 2 at 10. So, top 64 matches in progress. Nankovic is back on the winning trail, 3-0 up against Max Young. Teddy Acott's had some good results this weekend so far. He's 3-2 down against Janos Slides. Ben Townley against Arthur Alston. 2-1 to Arthur. Will the banging form Ben Townley be able to respond? Great lad is our Ben. A lot of time for him and his dad, Dave. And the hot prospects coming out of St. Helens. Alfie or Finn Rogers 1-0 up against Aaron DeRida. Aaron DeRida had a great opening weekend, but he's found wins hard to come by since. But this is 62 after 15 darts. But this is Morris who's going to say, I want to go the distance, kidder. Fascinating match. A brilliant first start. Can he pin the double 16 as well as he did in the previous leg? Why is it so? That 2 treble visit there from Morris has granted him an opportunity at the 93. To wrap things up with 3 in hand. 32 going. Oh, was edging closer. And Morris to pick the pocket of Greenmith to show him where the 32 is. It's right there. And a shake of the head. It's a funny old game, isn't it? Not if you're Charlie Greensmith right now, but it's been a great match and best of luck to the 2 keen Arrowsmiths at the hockey. Because it'd be a shame to see a loser, but only one player can progress, believers. There's no draws on a Saturday afternoon. So the Robin Hood there, but a 120 scoreline will do very nicely if you're Charlie Greensmith. Still averaging 83.94. With all them darts missed at a double, you'd think he'd be up near the 90 range, wouldn't you, if he was to land a few doubles. Cover shooting's been immense from Morris, hasn't it? Greensmith's turn to utilise the treble 19 to great effect. Hard to pick a winner still from here. Greensmith with just a slight advantage. And as you say that, Morris fires in a true treble visit. Who's going to win this one? We're about 6 to 9 darts away from finding out. And again, a brilliant setup. The timing of Morris has been brilliant at the end, hasn't it? Yes, Greensmith missed those darts at double 16. And will he rue those misses? Back he comes with a 2 treble visit of his own. To win it, treble 19, double 19. This time the treble 19 isn't utilised to great effect. And Greensmith 53 to wrap things up. To send Morris packing. More missed opportunities. And Morris on 72 will say thank you very much. Or will he? More drama here in Bristol. 2 10s for Greenmith. There it is. And it's Charlie Boy who progresses. An 81.69 average. Very, 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 very solid darts from Charlie Greenmith. And Caden Morris, take a bow, young man. We'll see a lot more of you down the line, I'm sure. But it's Greenmith who advances. He's into the next round. Stay with us. We've got another early round action coming right up. Back in last 32 action, and what a match we've got on our hands here. JDC's youngest ever world champion, Lex Passhauser, against the former Super 16 champion in Joe Westby. The Rolls Royce action of Westby and the laid back recliner of Lex Passhauser. When he's that relaxed, players want to worry, because Passhauser is one of the biggest natural talents that there is around. And it was a very good display last night in the JPL. Was unlucky not to come away with a point. But just like the Jack Nankovic reaching the final, I think it's going to be when, not if, for Lex Passhauser. He's just got to let things happen in a natural timing wise, not force the issue, because that's where things can start getting a bit messy. But it did look that Lex had put a lot of work in over the last few weeks back home. And the body language that we've seen of Lex this week, it's been a much more positive, fresher look, hasn't it? We've seen a couple of ton toppers from Lex Passhauser in last night's play, where he established himself a nice advantage over Archie Self. Double 12 to get off the mark. Getting closer. Westby from out the clouds is still on 110, but it's certainly in the wheelhouse of a player of this young man's talent. The 5 is not what he wanted. Unable to finish, so Lex Passhauser back for double 12. He was unlucky with the second dart last time. Might have been a little bit off-putting, but there's nothing off-putting about that. Secures the leg, and a 22 dart hold a throw will do very nicely for Lex Passhauser. He's off the mark in this one. Yeah, you feel if Joe Westby's going to win this game, you feel he has to hold his throw here, because Lex, although he's struggling for wins, you know, his confidence and his ability is it's still there. It's right there, isn't it? I love how relaxed he's been this weekend. A bit like Mitchell Laurie, who's since his 4 wins in a row, struggling a bit to reach the business end of tournaments. And Lex Passhauser was the same. He had a target on his head, being the youngest ever JDC World Champion. Beat Daniel Stevenson in that brilliant Ali Pali encounter. Hi to Daniel if you're watching, and family. I know they're very keen still to keep an eye on the JDC. Where it's been so good to them over the years. Daniel's progression. Brilliant cover shooting. So Westby with pretty much a free rein at this leg to get us back level. And as you say, if you're Westby, you just want to keep tabs, and then hopefully at the business end of the match, nick a leg against the dart. Well, that could be a happy accident, because he will be back with his opponent on 215. Well, Lex is a bit of a James Wade at times, isn't he? Sometimes he just goes absolutely AWOL on legs, but then the legs that he does, play his A game on, is the exact opposite. Back at double 8 for a level game. And from being so far back, Lex Passhauser has a chance to double his advantage. Who would have thought it? That's why you've just got to keep chipping away and keep believing, haven't you? The leg's never won until that double's hit. And this double could be hit first time for Lex Passhauser. Oh, it's a jerky one. So Westby back on that double 8 again. Will we get a level game eventually? Of course we will. Don't know what the fuss was about. Joe Westby takes it. I'm not even going to look at how many darts were thrown. It's all about the winning leg for Joe Westby. No one's ever put averages on the winning name of a trophy. And we're not about to start now, so Stunning from Lex Passauer. We said he's got that heavy artillery when he gets going. Finding something really amusing in the crowd, isn't he? Is Lex Passauer, so you can't stop laughing. I'll have to pull him on that later on and see what was attracting his smile and his giggles. Brilliant take there from Passauer to leave the 32. Just keeps things simple, doesn't it? Opponent on 208, even with a 2 treble visit, which he's done fantastically well as Westby. But Passauer to re-establish his lead. 3 holes a throw in a row. And it may not be yet. Westby again with 140 has given himself an opportunity due to missed arrows from the Belgian. What a first start. So this would really hurt Lex, wouldn't it? Brilliant take. That 68 was immense from Joe Westby. But all important was that 140 before to set things up there. So brilliant 2 visit combination there from 208. And Westby has the lead for the first time. 2-1 up. He's halfway to victory. And we said a leg that Lex Passauer had the 180. Had numerous starts at a double. And yet Westby snuck up on the rail on the blind side and said, I'm pipping you to the post in leg number 3. JDC Advanced Tour. The strength and depth there to be seen. The evidence is there. It was a compact, competitive field of 32 in Coventry. Hanger 61 in Bristol. The refreshing new look of junior darts. And this is going to be the future of the Advanced Tour and many, many other events down the line for our youngsters to really express themselves, bring out the best darts possible for them. So still just about with the advantage of throws, Westby. It's not been a classic this leg, but we're down to a finish pretty much. And Westby with a 55 has opened the door for Lex Passauer to break immediately back. He obviously can't do it at this visit, but I think this is just where Lex is suffering a little bit lately, where when you find a win's difficult to come by, you can get bogged down in legs that you should really have out of sight if you're in the form of what we know. But that course can have peaks and troughs throughout the year. And I think he'll find his way out of this one. So 146 to raise the roof of hanger 61. Brilliant first start. Westby with the opportunity there. Why is the top? So Passhauser's back to get us back to parity. 2 16s. We're missing on the 16s in the last leg. How is it this time round? Long way off. 2 8s. And again, more missed opportunities there. And Lex is getting frustrated by that. And rightly so. Not even close on them doubles, but Westby, who wired double top in the visit previous, now wants 2 10s. No marker at all, no guide. And you can see that was a struggle to find his range. And back comes Passhauser. There we go. We do have parity. We have 2-2. And next Passhauser somehow has the advantage to throw in leg 5 with a 2-all draw. Both players halfway to victory. Scores as they go in around the board. Leo Howard's 1-0 down against Reese Butler. Jack Nankovic is 1-0 up against Alfie Cook. Turgles took the opening leg against Jano Schnoiz, sorry. Do apologise on that pronunciation if you're one of the Belgians' top fans. Christian Ennis 3-0 up against Jack Johnson in the battle of our JPL stars. Christian Ennis was outstanding last night in defeat against Mitchell Lorry. Very much the rightful player qualified on the night, on the afternoon of opening night of the JPL, because he's been granted on the JDC Advanced Tour and he's been absolutely sublime on a Friday night. So doesn't get the 25 there to set things up, but 58 when he returns. Because Westby's gone AWOL in this quite considerably, 295. But for a 14 dart, hold a throw. Brilliant darts from Lex Passhauser. That is World Championship darts. Three, 2, and 1 away from a place in the last 16. Jackie Boy has clawed one back against Christian Ennis, now 3-1. Will this match see a decider? It's in the balance, this leg 6. It's who will blink first. Westby will want to keep this game alive. He's doing just that right at the right time. Because Passhauser is threatening the breaker throw, which will secure and seal the deal for him. Brilliant visit from Lex Passhauser. Look, more than the 94, that was... But Westby spraying his darts at the wrong time. Not on a finish, but certainly with the advantage in leg number 6. Finds a treble. Doesn't find a treble. Keeps the door ajar for Westby to take us the distance in what's been a marathon match. Westby's not been at his vintage best. Lex is looking to prolong his usual pizza night on the Saturday evening. However, he has been playing in the money in, money out tournament, so match practice for Lex. Lost out in the final to JDC's very own Robbie Long. Robbie doesn't like to mention that. Or the 120 average that he hit. Excuse me. Now, fair play, Robbie. Quality operator. 74 to take us the distance. $41 going. 1 for tops. 9 for double 16. Announcement there from Robbie Long. Alfie Moore's birthday today. From up in the Ilkeston stable. Up in Derby where Chris Mason has his academy. And Alfie's been doing some great things up there. Double 8. It's got to go. It's now or never for Joe. And he comes inside. So Lex Passhauser with a chance. And a bit of the rub of the green that he's been lacking for quite a bit of time. Will he take advantage of it? Not as yet, he doesn't. And Westby lives on for a double 4 of his own. I said this was a marathon match. I think I said that 18 darts ago in this leg. For a 30 dart hole to throw. Neither player won't care about that. If it's going to take us the distance or finish the match off. Lex Passhauser, double 2. And there it goes. The double is landed for Lex Passhauser. A relieved youngster. But sometimes you need the rub of the green. And Lex Passhauser has had that. You won't find Joe Westby in such forgiving mood in future, no doubt. But it's Lex Passhauser who progresses. A 4-2 win over Joe Westby. Stay with us, folks. We've got another big match coming right up. Back to the action, folks. And a round of 16 match. The Bandit is in town. Owen Priceland. Red hot form right now. And he's up against Robbie Vanerstein, who we saw in event number 9. And he's been very consistent again, is the young Belgian. But for Priceland, the way he got over the winning line last night in the JPL, he just went about his own work and was very, very focused on his own game. Wasn't distracted by what was going on with his opponent or the searching for the form of his opponent. And he's carrying that momentum into the Saturday. I like what he says. He's saying he loves his Friday night, so he doesn't have to take his practice board down to the hotel. So his Friday night is where he belongs in the JPL. Proven to be a very, very worthy acquisite to a second edition of the Junior Power League. Heavy, heavy scorer. Box office 12-year-old from Scotland. And a 16 dart holder throw in the blink of an eye. Plays out at Jamie Ward's academy. He's got some thoroughbreds in amongst that. Someone by the name of Mitchell Lorry. Well, I think I've heard of him. Only joking, of course, we socks. But Owen Priceland is certainly using his friends running big events, and Owen's using that as a motivation. Who's to say in 3 year time Owen won't be matching or eclipsing the work of Mitchell Lorry? A lot of darts to be thrown between now and then, and the future and the present is all about this round of 16 encounter against a tricky Belgian. When you're firing in 2 treble visits like Owen Priceland's doing, 96.43 average. I know we're only in the second leg, folks, but come on, 102. She's got to be Shanghai on 17s. What are you thinking of? However, this could be very, very nice. 20 bullseye and a very, very near miss. Oh, first start was inviting, wasn't it? Invited a second for the 156 for the Barney Veld. Moves across, creates the angle. Moves further across, dips his toe in the sea. Goes across to the other coast. Oh, and bounces off the wire. Drama here in Bristol because 35 for a level game just about makes a single. 2 16s. Oh, it's tight, isn't it? But there's the double 8. And that is a real punishing third dart that goes in. But again, Owen Priceland's mentality and his mindset now is just rattle on, and he's rattled on with the 180 to get things underway in leg 3. Responds beautifully, doesn't he, to them missed darts at a double. How often do you see it? I keep reiterating about how quick the 4-second turnaround is in the head for them to forget what's just gone on to then start a new leg. But so often they start off with 2 treble visits or a box office 180 from Priceland. 240 after 6 starts minus these. 140 after 9. And Robbie Vanerstein, despite 15 points difference in the averages, still has a big shout in this match. Round of 16 match, Jake Hobbs is through 4-0 against Arthur Alston. Got to come inside. Too far inside. And from looking like it could have been potentially a 3-0 scoreline, could have Robbie Vanerstein with a 2-1 advantage. But wasted darts again. And back comes Priceland. And you knew he wasn't going to make a second mistake at that one, didn't you? It's 3 holes to throw in the match so far. It's a slight advantage to the Scot. Brilliant 180 again. He started off with a 180 in both the last 2 legs. Box office from Priceland. There's certainly nothing wrong with his scoring power, is there? You can see why he's a handful for anyone on the tour on his day. 12 years of age. Oh my God. Now I feel old. I'm mature. Speaking of mature, Priceland would be cheesed off if he doesn't take a 3-1 advantage here. We had a little nibble at that. Cat and mouse so far. 3-1 advantage. Priceland does secure the breaker throw. His scoring power's been immense, hasn't it? It's given him chances to get down to a double and perhaps waste a visit or two. But again, a 3rd leg in a row he's off with a 180. He's not going to do a 9 on the live stream board, is he? A 12-year-old. Very unlucky son. Certainly wouldn't have been too far on his thoughts. It's all about getting over the winning line and getting into that quarterfinals once again. Priceland, who's 11th on the tour, and certainly one of the risers and shakers, shall we say. He's moving in the right direction. And Robbie Vanerstein was 47th and he's up to 42nd. And he'll go even higher on the back of event 10, regardless of what the scoreline is. But double top for 4-1, 2 10s. Takes it out. And a rapid 4-1 victory for Owen Priceland. The Bandit is in town, and the Bandit means business. He's going to be hard to stop on this evidence. A 90.48 average, and he's into the quarterfinals. Who will join him? Well, stay with us. We'll have quarterfinal match coming right up. So as promised, everybody, we've got the girls' final of event number 5. And it's a new face on our streaming stage for Abby Etridge. The smiling Abby. And Becca Allen Sparkles is always smiling. Well, nearly always. The real character is our Becca, of course. A great opportunity for Abby to flex her muscles against the cream of the girls' tour, JDC Girls Series runner-up last year, behind Paige Pauling, played at Blackpool's Winter Gardens and was edged out by Paige in that one, but did get the better of Paige to become the Junior Power League's first girls champion, and a brilliant performance it was throughout the campaign from Becca in that department. Sparkles with that glittery case and a bright dart. And she's got them trained, honed in to where they want to go. First look at Abby, though, you can see she's, you don't get to a girls' final without being a quality operator, but she's a cool customer, isn't she? And the big shock, of course, in the girls' series, of course, we're like the boys, they're not robots, and you know, you have your market principles at the start of every tournament, but Macy Gibbons has been amazing this year, hasn't she? And she was beaten by Becca Allen in the last 16 stage, I believe. So that is why we haven't seen Macy Gibbons, who has won every event so far in the girls' series. But Becca, who was absent during the first round of fixtures, missing out on event 1 and 2. Has reached a final in event 3 and 4. And is now back in the final for event 5. So beginning to find a consistency. And Abby's had chances, hasn't she, from out the clouds? And last night in the JPL, you certainly couldn't criticise Becca Allen's scoring ability. A bit like Owen Bryson was very, very, very prolific on the scoring, but her doubles was the handbrake, shall we say. And it started that way in the final, but she hasn't got to the final by missing doubles, so I'm sure it's just a one-off leg. And one thing Becca Allen do, she'll channel that in a positive. So much belief in her own arm and her ability. She puts the hard yardage in back home in Ireland. Abby Etridge, who's 14th on the order of merit. So that just shows how much of a brilliant performance it's been for her to reach the final and take a 1-0 lead in the final. House of the Mad. Double one take like shelling peas. Give you a rundown of the routes to the final. Obviously, after getting through the group stages, last 16, it was Abby who got the better of Zena Pingelly. 3-0 that was, with a A 57 average in that one. Becca Allen was as mentioned, was a 3-2 winner over Macy Gibbons, averaging 63.67 to get the better of Macy, who was averaging down at 58.53, which is certainly not the form of both of these players, but it was a pleasing win for Becca. Quarterfinals was Becca Allen got the better of Kaylin Saunders, 3-0, with just shy of 60. Abby Etridge got the better of Brooke Warren, 3-2 winner. To double her lead, she needs 90. She goes the aggressive route. And you just feel a bit of board management, but Becca Allen will be back for double 10 to bring herself back into this final. There it goes. Becca Allen's back in this one, back on throw, and with the advantage of throwing leg number 3. When you've had so many visits to the board where you've been chasing the doubles, it's nice to get that one in early, isn't it? And it was the semi-final where Becca Allen got the better of Lola Wheeler, who was said could be a major threat. Wishing Lily the speediest of recoveries back at the hotel room. Under the weather, like a few of the girls are. Speedy recovery to all of yous. Must be something going around the camp. And Abby got the better of Lexi Jane Rooksby. 3-0 scoreline in that semi-final. Great to see Lexi back. What a talent Lexi is. One of Rushton's finest. Plays out of the Windmill. Gets good support off James and Josh Richardson. Double 13 when she returns to go in front for the first time. A race to 4. Pins it with the third dart. And Becca Allen does take the lead for the first time. Starting to take control of this match, but Abby, with the darts in leg 4, she's playing very much with it herself as well. Very impressed with Abby. And I'm always impressed with Becca. We mentioned Becca Allen's success this year. She's done very well in a lot of the tournaments she's played in at senior level. And she had a quarter-final run in the women's series. I mean, to do that with the players that you're talking about certainly shows that Becca Allen, the direction that she's going to be doing, she's going to be going after a final year on the tour here. Battle hardened, self-belief. She's going to have a great future ahead of her as Becca. And I'm looking forward to being along for the journey. Doesn't find the treble, so I'll be with a big opportunity now for 2-all. Cool as ice, isn't she? No damage done as yet, but the 20 will be under a lot of pressure. Down to a 2-figure combination now is Becca. And there is the double 10. 2-all, both halfway to victory. Did she bust it? Didn't bust it this time. To me, it looked like it was in the double 10. I need to go to Specsavers. But that is in the double 10. We do have our level game. Both averaging 57. 2 legs all. Nothing to separate them. This is a final which goes down to a best of 3 from here. Will event 5 accolades stay in England, or will it be crossing across the pond on the Emerald Isle? Is it Carlo bound? Says, is it going across the pond? Is it Carlo bound after a very long Uber journey for Evelyn as well to the airport? She might even throw an extra tenner in for a little tip if Becca wins this one. Or £8.50. Tidily set up. An unlucky first start, which means that Becca Allen's got a bit of time on her side, you believe. There it goes. There was plenty of the bed to aim at. There was full bed to aim at with that dart nestling on the wire. I don't think that was intended to be that accurate, but all the same, Becca Allen re-establishes her advantage. 1 leg away from being champion. Back in the winner's enclosure. A bit like Jack Nankovic, a bit like Lex Passhauser, the players that I speak about that. Becca Allen is another one. It's when, not if. Archie Self took a while to get going last year, didn't he? And then when he did, he's one of the front runners this year. I think when you have that turnaround, it builds up your resilience and it makes you stronger as a player. Makes you harder to beat. First row finishes Abby, but with that treble 19, gives a more manageable checkout on 82. And Becca will fancy this to wrap things up. Two runner-up spots and 1 victory perhaps. Or has Abby got other ideas to take us the distance? Oh, it's unlucky with the first start. Very unlucky, Abby. Championship darts missed. Double top to take us the distance in what's been an epic final. Takes it out first start. Brilliant resilience from Abby. And best of luck, girls. This is the last leg decider for the championship. Abby will certainly rise well above the 14th in the current rankings, which should be refreshed straight after this tournament. And Becca Allen We'll be back in that top two, a familiar position to last year. Nothing to separate them in the averages, nothing to separate them in the legs, nothing to separate them in the points. As Abby fires in a brilliant maximum. What a timely run it's been for Abby, isn't it? Six darts gone, 184 gone. Even after that 40, still gives the time on her side. And when you thought Becca Allen had broke that Abby Etridge resolve, back comes Abby brilliantly with a 56 pop take. And then monster scoring in this deciding leg. Oh, just what you don't want when you... But that's a brilliant recovery. What a leg from Abby. On a finish after 15 darts. Becca can only hope for misses now. Abby Etridge for a new face on the trophy. And there it is, a brilliant turnaround for her. Congratulations to Abby Etridge. She is Event 5 champion, and Becca Allen, the bridesmaid once again, but not for long you feel. She's getting closer and closer to becoming a champion herself. But fine display there from Abby Etridge. A new face and a very refreshing face, isn't it? Congratulations to our Event 5 champion. Back to boys action after this. The climax of Event 10. We're halfway through the tour and the conclusion of the last couple of games. Stay with us, folks. Underway for our quarter-final match, Archie Self. With a 2 treble combination, followed by a 180. And Alfie Flynn Rogers will certainly relish this kind of contest because a heavy scorer in himself, where he pits himself against the in-form player in the JDC right now, one of the top 3 or 4 players, most certainly in terms of form, top of the JPL, of course, with 3 wins out of 3. But Alfie will respond to this kind of performance levels from Archie, so I'm expecting a big performance from him. And it'll have to be a big performance because a tidy 11 dart leg to hold the throw. Alfie's in town with Mam Sophie. Had his dad up at the last weekend, alternating support. And we've seen Alfie on our live stream on a few occasions. And a bit like the Money In, Money Out tournament that he won the other week, the one before Robbie Long. You can see that he's got a great game about him. Looks comfortable on the stage. And he's going to attempt to nullify that 11 data from Archie Self, and he's doing so. In a calm, methodical manner, because 66 after 15 darts. That's a good pressure from Archie Self. I said this would be a great game, and it's going to be a high average encounter, you feel. Takes it out nicely. An 18 dart holder throw. 29 darts to complete, 2 legs between the pair. 107 average and an 82 average. Just the JDC Advanced Tour, everybody. Taking a look in a moment around what's happening around the boards. Oh, Turgle was still in action. Give you some updates rather soon, but as we say, this is a real fascinating encounter. Placing the semi-final at stake. Archie going for a second Advanced Tour title. He's had runner-ups as well. To go back in front. Double 5. Brilliant take from Archie Self. Going the aggressive route with the treble 20. And the double 5 lopped in nicely, didn't it? Kind of a flick. Had a bit of peacockery on the end of it. Just getting up the scores from around the boards. We've got Jake Hobbs is through. to the semi-final, a 4-2 win over the impressive Charlie Greenmith. Mitchell Lorry, back at the business end, a 4-1 winner over Lex Passhauser, and a 94 average. 84 average, I take it back. We just used to say Mitchell Lorry in the 90s, aren't we? Owen Priceland and Turgle going to a deciding leg. All to play for in that one. And it's all to play for in this one because Alfie's looking like getting the 2-2. And that come on in the background there as Alfie allowed that climax to the Owen Bryceland game to settle. Good experience shown there from the youngster. And that come on was from the bandit who was edged out Turgle Kuralu, the JDC #1, beaten by the gathering pace form of Owen Bryceland. Three semi-finalists already announced. Who's going to join them? Both players have been fairly prolific on their own throw. So at some stage, Alfie's going to have to wrestle away the advantage. But for now, it's just about keeping tabs, isn't it? Because Archie, like I say, has been prolific on his own throw, still averaging 85. But Alfie in his own right, as he kicks off for the 180, and he's pressurising that throw that we discussed, he's going to have to do it at some point. Why not in leg 5? Doesn't have to be leg 7, does it? Sounds easy. You're only playing Archie Self, former WDF World Champion, King of the Lakeside Juniors. Now a hot prospect down in Pompey on the Motors. England International, England World Cup winner. He's got a great hand-eye coordination, hasn't he, Alfie O'Flynn Rogers? And we discussed that break a throw, but a 1-5-3 attempt from Archie Self would have been box office there. That's just to hold his throw with opponent sat on 48. So for a 14 or 15 data, where has that first dart gone? It could be a happy accident. One dart in hand makes him focus a little bit more. Brilliant dart, never in doubt. And there is our first break of the match, and it's an all-important one. O'Flynn Rogers has the break. A 15 darter after a very shaky first dart that was nearly in the double 7. Was out the board, but an 8 double top. It's taken out very nicely, and Archie will, after missing the 1-5-3 attempt, will be shaking his head thinking, what's happening here? He's shaking his head, isn't he? Archie's thinking, what the hell's just happened there? Darts is a crazy game, everybody. And in a leg that will secure victory in a first semi-final for Alfie O'Flynn Rogers. 207 after 9 darts with Archie back on 399 minus these. It's looking good for the Essex hotshot. And again, finding that all-important treble. You've got to keep these trebles coming against a prolific scorer of Archie Self, and he's doing just that. I said he'd respond to this kind of level of play, and he's doing just that, but it'll be an impressive victory if he's to do it. Double top for 114 checkout. Doesn't seal the deal on this occasion, but his opponent's on 200. Brilliant second dart. Brilliant third dart. Oh, only 81. But still, it's a treble. 2 5s for the match. Goes for 2-4. Brilliant takeout. Brilliant board management. Alfie O'Flynn Rogers is through to the semi-finals. An impressive 4-2 victory over Archie Self. 83.11 average. And he will join Jake Hobbs, Mitchell Lorry, and Owen Priceland in the semi-final. A semi-final that's coming right up. Stay with us, folks. So the warm-up darts are done. The flower of Scotland. When will we see your likes again? The Renfrew Derby's in action. And it's Mitchell Lorry against Owen Bryceland. Best of luck, gents. Place in the final at stake. Bonnie Scotland and Bonnie scoring from both these heavy artillery scorers and finishers. Mentioned with Chris Mason last night, it's trebles for show and doubles for door. But these two players can get it done at either end. Hence the success that is coming out of Jamie Ward's academy. This one I predict could both have 100 plus checkouts between the 100 plus averages between the two of them come the end of this best of 9. They're in that much decent nick. And I think they're both going to spur each other on to some low legs, box office finishing. And there's the first one on board, Wee Sox, with the early advantage. If you look back to week 1 of the JPL, it was Mitchell Lorry that had a dominant start. Then Owen Bryceland just turned it around on his head, didn't he? Went 3-1 up, 4-2 up, and Mitchell salvaged the point. Both players unbeaten in the JPL, but it was a draw where both players ended up walking away happy, I think. Smacks in a 180 does Owen Bryceland. averaging only 105.5. And there it goes. An 11 dart, hold a throw back. Over to you, Mitchell. We said the success that Mitchell's creating, it's given himself opportunities in a rather humble walk on with a pitch. His beloved Rangers. To get the Ibrox faithful. And when you talk Premier League darts and Fraser and Mitchell going to VIP up in Glasgow, and when you see the talent that was on doing the exhibition work behind the scenes for the guests that were there, they all wanted Mitchell Lawrie, the pros that were there. They all wanted a bit of Mitchell. Chris Mason last night described him as very much of the Eric Bristow mould, and that's complimented the highest regard in terms of tungsten comparison. Great attempt from Owen Priceland there to take the lead for the first time. He's threatening that bullseye, isn't he? But every time he does, Mitchell Lawrie snubs it out with a double 13 and now a double 10. 2-1 he leads, and only 14 points difference in the averages. 91.83 and Owen Priceland on 105.14. Mitchell Lawrie doing a James Wade at the minute. John Part once said, you don't put averages on World Championship trophies. When you reflect Mitchell Lawrie's 4 tournament successes in the Advanced Tour so far, of course, that was 4 on the spin, which was record breaking. Yeah, another record broken by Wee Sox. But when you think Owen Priceland, he was 11th coming into this, and now he's made a semi-final at least. You know, it's been a very solid campaign for him as well, hasn't it? Without winning things. He's getting more and more consistent, and he's grown, just like Jackie Boy, Jack Johnson. Owen Bryson's, you can see he's grown in momentum and stature every week. And there we go, a 154 back level. Over to you, Mitchell. That never looked like missing, did it? 2 treble 20s and a double 17. Only 10 points the difference now in the averages. Mitchell simmering along on 90. Make that 92 now. No one limboing along, flirting with the 100 average mark. I want this to be a best of 19, not a best of 9. Could watch these two play all day and all night. And if you're Mitchell Lawrie, the chances are he probably is playing all day and all night. He's got such drive, hasn't he? 3-2. Over to you, Owen. 180 for Owen Priceland. Over to you, Mitchell. Back and forth. Brilliance from the two. You're doing yourselves proud, gents. You're doing Renfrew proud. And all your family and friends. This is brilliant from Priceland again. Another 180 there. Second of the leg. And 81 after 9 darts. 95.96 average from Mitchell Lorry. And 102.51 for Owen Priceland. Wowza. I wonder if we just change the best of 5 legs to a best of 15 legs, and I wonder if anyone notices. A dominating leg there from Owen Priceland. It literally is over to you, back and forth. And these two could do this for 24/7. There wouldn't be any let-ups in terms of scoring ability or checkouts. They're just so consistent, aren't they? Both players, like I say, be very familiar with each other's games, and well, this is amazing from Priceland, isn't it? Absolutely stunning darts. That's a third 180 in 2 legs. Mitchell fuming with himself by getting a 140. 110 for 4-3. Still a chance. The chance is gone now, so for a 14 or 15 dart, break a throw and go 1 leg away. Big dart coming up, and he's missed 2 darts at it with Mitchell Lorry sat on 20. Weesox to retake the lead. Retakes the lead, he does, and Mitchell Lorry is 1 leg away from a place in the final. Just an update for you on that other semi-final. Well, we get about a split second before another 140 or 180 is rattled in, sure enough. Right on cue. Thank you, Mitchell. I think the commentator's curse could be lifted. All thanks to Mitchell Lorry. And Owen Bryson with them 2 darts at double top there. How crucial will that be? But he's consistently been difficult to stop on his own throw, isn't he? And again, a 2 treble visit. Fantastic effort from Owen Bryceland. The Bandit is most certainly in town, but is he going to reach the final? Is this one step too far? The Renfrew massive. Can you believe Mitchell's only 15 still? So to wrap things up with a 14 dart break. And there it goes. Absolutely outstanding effort from both players. Take a bow. Owen Bryceland with a 99.46 average has lost 5-3. He's had darts to win the last 2 legs, but Mitchell Lorry has pounced, and he is in search of a 5th JDC Advanced Tour title. See this final, it's coming right up. Two relaxed finalists here in Bristol. Alfie O'Flynn Rogers and Wee Socks Mitchell Lorry. A familiar face and a new face in our finale. Mitchell Lorry gunning for 5 Advanced Tour titles. And Alfie going for his maiden tag. I said that Alfie O'Flynn Rogers would respond to the Archie self prolific scoring, and that was the case. A tidy 4-2 win in the live stream match that we saw in the quarterfinals. But beating Mitchell Lorry in a final is going to be a whole different proposition. One that he certainly knows that he's got the ability to do. But on the back of the performance that saw Mitchell Lorry edge out Owen Priceland 4-2. 5-3 even. Keep up, Carl. All this excitement has gone to me head. A rapid opening leg. 12 darts gone and down to a finish. Tidy from the Englishman. And I had a chat with Mitchell prior to going on for the final. Very much in relaxed spirits. As he turned the light off as in the toilet. A little tinker. He needs to come out with a new joke. It's getting boring, that one. I'm sure he's got a few up his sleeve. And a brilliant opening leg from Alfie O'Flynn Rogers. How you can tell that there's a player with immense talent and immense quality. I very rarely lets us down on that department when it comes to dart players, and I could see straight away that Alfie had a lot of talent, and it hasn't taken long, has it, for him to find his feet on the Advanced Tour. As for Mitchell, we've heard of the Ali Pali Wasp. Well, it was the Hanger 61 fly that was buzzing around and flew in Mitchell Lorry's eye as he went to pin the winning double against Owen Priceland. He still managed to do it. He said in his best Renfrew accent, "Buzz off." Just shows you, doesn't it, when we talk about practice darts in the house and how you can prepare yourself for the unexpected. Brilliant take for Mitchell Lorry. 15 dart leveler. Both off the mark in this final. Really means business, doesn't he, Mitchell? You can see the steely-eyed look. It's been too long of a wait since event 5. Here in event 10. For him to feature in another final. A super Saturday at the darts. It's been a brilliant day, which started at 11 o'clock this morning, and we've gone right through. As Mitchell Lorry said, I'm on the new. Brilliant again from Alfie. And that's what he did so well against Archie Self in the live stream match that we saw earlier on. It was ultra consistent on his own throw. And then batted in a 180 against the throw. I think it was a 15 dart break, wasn't it, when he went out the board on 48, hit the 8 and hit the double top. To retake the lead. There we go. Alfie has the lead once again. Very consistent 16 dart hold. This is going to be a real fascinating final, isn't it? As Mitchell Lowry boots off for the 180. Can we see that 9 darter, Mitchell? Come on. We have done it once. You can do it again. Do it on our live stream this time. Oh, man. Why did I have to open my big mouth? I'm sure even Alfie wouldn't mind being on the receiving end of a 9 darter live on a live stream if it was the early stages of a final. He'd love to hit one himself, and he's more than capable of hitting one himself. Double 18. Oh, unlucky again. He's had the 110. Scared the life out of the 156. And that's the happy accident, leaving 32. Averaging a ton. 2-2. The 4 holes of throw continue. And you get a feeling it's a bit of a roles reversed, isn't it? With Alfie leading the way in terms of having the advantage of throwing the first leg. And it's Mitchell that you feel is going to be threatening the break. But again, ultra consistent. 97 followed by 140. And despite the 180 and the 125, back comes Alfie. What a final we've got on our hands. The Advanced Tour at its finest. These lads just make me smile so much. So for an 11 dart breaker throw, averaging just 104.6. 2 10s. The 10s have been kind to him, and they are once again, as Mitchell gives it the command. He knows how important that dart was. Alfie's been granite, hasn't he? But it's the first breaker throw of the final. And can Alfie go with him? This is going to be the acid test. We said the ability and the class that Alfie has, but it's going to be put and tested supremely against Mitchell Lowry, the form that he's in. We went back to a final last year where the latter stages of the two, where Mitchell Lowry had 104 average in the final and won 6-1, I believe it was. Not sure whether it was against Turgle. It's going back a bit. But that was the early signs there of Mitchell Lowry turning into the dominant force at junior and senior level that he is now. I think he's been knocking about with me too much with them 43s. I think he needs to spend more time with Kaya Basil than he does me, hitting 43s like that. But again, making a 100 average look very easy. Brilliant response there from Alfie. Exchanging 140s. And there we go. Doubles his advantage. 4-2 it is. An 18 dart hold to throw. And for the first time, we've got a bit of breathing space in this match. Wee Sox looking for 5 titles on the Advanced Tour. Swapped his darts around from last night. Doing a bit of Peter Wright, a bit of snake bite on us. Of course, snake bite, one of Scotland's finest World Cup winner, but also Greatest player, one of the greatest players that darts has ever had. And I've got a feeling Mitchell Lawrie is going to be spoken about in very much the same breath in a few years' time. Just so exciting to see where his future is going to take him, isn't it? His darts is doing the talking. And when his darts are not doing the talking, he speaks very, very well himself, does Al Mitchell. As we mentioned, behind every great dart player of our youngsters comes great support from the family and from the connections with sponsorship and organisation and logistics. And Alfie's got great backing in that department as well. For 5-2. Nice mark of the shuffle inside. Why won't you listen, Mitchell? 32 for 4-3. That was very close, wasn't it? Oh, and it was a bit of an edgy third dart, wasn't it? It was a beautiful second dart as Mitchell splits the 19, so double 16, kind in the last leg. He's got to go over the top of it, and he does just that. That's a sign of a bang informed player. That's put a lot of practice in. One leg away from becoming Event 10 champion. And in a leg that will see him over the winning line. He's got after a fine start, but back comes Alfie. It's been a great performance from him, and he'll not want this final to end. He's looked very much at ease, hasn't he, up there? Had a snatchy third dart there, but it can be forgiven for that. Has he run his race? Alfie O'Flynn Rogers, though, a name to be certainly on the forefront of everybody's lips. But Weestocks has stole the show. Alfie went with him for 4 legs. Still digging in really deep. But 128 for a ton top of 74 remains. Is he going to stay there for double 10? He does stay there for double 10. This is a brilliant attempt. Oh, and that's a match dart, a championship dart missed. But what an effort that was from Mitchell Lawrie. How he got that second one over the top was a bit like the double 16 in the leg previous. Had to move positions, and now for a bullseye to keep this game alive, to keep this final alive. Hits the 5, so 45 if he returns. Mitchell Lawrie will go for double 5, or will he go 2 double 4? Taking his time, going through his usual process. Weesox has done it. A 5th JDC Advanced Tour title for him. Congratulations to Mitchell. Never fails to disappoint in terms of entertainment, but also backs it up with results, and a 6-2 win, moving swiftly on everybody to Super Sunday events 11 and 12. Congratulations also to Alfie O'Flynn Rogers. A great effort in that final. But Mitchell Lawrie has won again on the tour, a 5th success for him. Please join us from 11 o'clock in the morning where we will have events 11 and 12 to see us through the Easter weekend. I've been Carl Redden. Thank you very much for being with us throughout the afternoon. I look forward to tomorrow. Stay with us, folks. 11 o'clock sharp.